Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. Testing from the broadcast test. Test 1, 2, 3.
Do have a single qualifier, one trotter that's on the rail, Magian Mystery with Jim Ripley, and one pacer, American Zestar with Taylor Doyle. There they go, off and racing American Zestar. The first one out, Magian Mystery will go second. Over to the opening 8th, American Zestar with a 5 open length lead here in the early going on Magian Mystery. They arrive at the first quarter in 29-4. American Zestar leading Magian Mystery. Opening half mile in 59-2. That's American Zestar out in front. Magian Mystery goes second. Qualifiers arriving at the 3 quarters, led by American Zestar. The trotter Magian Mystery second. The 3-quarter time in 1:29-2. Qualifiers arriving at the finish. American Zestar goes all the way for Doyle. Second, that'll be Magian Mystery with Ripley, and the time for the mile in 1:58. Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We have 12 races on tap for you here tonight. The feature comes up in race number 11 with 7 starters facing the starting gate. Lady Divine and David Dowling on the rail. Almost Amos from 2 with Jason Hughes. 3 is Sobble Attack with Kenny Murphy. 4, Melody Maker with Ryan Durage. Malignity from 5 with Paul Angel. Howmack Exclusive is 6 with Corey McPherson. PL Quicksand on the outside 7 with Brady Sweet. Going to be a nice night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We do have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 15 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 24 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. That track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. The first change comes up in race number 2. In the second race, scratch number 3, Pandora Senna, She Will Not Go. Race 2, scratch number 3, Pandora Center. Next change, we'll go to race number 5, featuring our first super high 5 of the night. It's the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial. Number 1, Mark It Up, removing the 4-ring overcheck bit. Next change, we'll go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 4, Beth, will go from blinkers to a blind bridle. The final changes on tonight's program, they come up in race number 8. In the 8th race, scratch number 5, Do or Die. Race 8, scratch the 5, Do or Die. Number 2, Elm Grove Untamed, adding a Shady Daisy Shadow Roll. And there will be no show wagering in race number 8. No show wagering with the scratch of 5, Do or Die. That will complete the changes at this time on tonight's 12-race presentation. Parmutual wickets, they're open and they're selling with 27 minutes before the first race post time at 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. 12 races on tap for you. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We're going to have a look back at the 58th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. That was on Saturday night. A real close finish. Get Wings and Paul Angel were victorious. Let's have a look.
58 post time. Rough and pacing, Ammo firing out. At the rail, Get Wings is second. Mickey Shan will round the turn from third. To get away fourth, that's B2B. Racing fifth is JMR Speak Away. Doc Awesome on the outside sixth. The Tulsa King is seventh. Trailing the field, Arbitrage Hanover. Straight alignment along the back stretch. And Get Wings is the leader. In line to Paul Angel on the choo-choo here. Ammo settled up second. Opening quarter. Check it out. Boom! Just like that. 26-4. Off the paddock turn they come. Down the stretch. En route to the half mile. Get Wings the leader on Ammo. There goes Mickey Shan. Sent to the outside third. B2B at the rail fourth. Moving to the outside fifth. JMR Speak Away. Doc Awesome sixth. Moving up seventh. Arbitrage Hanover. Trailing the field. The Tulsa King. They were halfway home in 55-4 by the 5/8 to go. And it's Get Wings the leader. Mickey Shan the challenger. Ammo's in the pocket third. Fourth on the outside. JMR Speak Away. B2B at the rail fifth. Arbitrage Hanover sixth. Doc Awesome seventh. And the Tulsa King 8-1-23-4. 3/4 of a mile. And they're homeward bound. Get Wings the leader. Mickey Shan the challenger. Ammo in the passing lane. Governor's Plate 58 on the line. Get Wings. Get Wings takes them all the way. JMR Speak Away. What a finish, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Governor's Plate 58 home in 1:52 and 1. And it's picture time in Summerside.
Yeah, real great race the other night. A real great finish. There was 5 of them right across the racetrack. Get Wings held on. JMR Speak Away was flying on the end of it. A real good race here in Governor's Plate 58. We're getting 12 races on tap here tonight. It's going to be a beautiful night for harness racing. Join us here at Red Shores in Summerside. And if you have a look at our in-house monitors for tonight's opener, first half of the daily double, I'm going to go with a 1-2-3. Post time picks lakes 6-2-1. Classifier selections 1-7-6 in tonight's opener in 8 minutes.
Condition fillies and mares on the first race post parade. Number 1, Thinking of Eddie, is owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Woodmere Cella 2, Dana Sweet training and driving for Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Singer's Choice number 3 is owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Mario Macri. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky for Dolly Sky. 5 is Elm Grove Quest, owned and trained by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Paul Angel's up. Apple Pie Moonshine is 6, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldston. Luke does the training, driven by Keith Legg. Harlequin Romance number 7, owned by Gushaw of Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow of Summerside, trained by James Barlow. Jason Hughes aboard. 4 minutes to post time. This is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirman is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Don't forget to get in that aisle pick 5. Pick the races, the winners of races 1 through 5, and get that low 15% takeout, the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Thinking of Eddie. 5-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Tyra Perry and Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet is also the trainer and the driver. This mare started here on Governor's Plate night. Left from post 6, finished 6. 159 flat, 30-4 closing quarter. Does have a win this season. 159 flat right here at Summerside. On the rail tonight, three-legged Thinking of Eddie with Brady Sweet, 1-9. And there's a look at the 2, Woodmere Cella. 11-year-old bay mare by Articulator for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Dana Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started here July 7th from post 6, finished 6. Pacing in 158-2 with a closing quarter of 30 seconds flat. If you look 4 down to the start here, June 16th, left from post 3 was a winner by half a length in 159-4 with a closing quarter of 30-3. These 2 mares leaving 1 and 2, both drawing better tonight. Thinking of Eddie leaving 6, 6, 7, 7 her last 4 starts. Woodmere Cella 6, 5, 6, 3 in her last 4 starts. I have to think that they should be up handy the front tonight. And I'm looking for them to finish 1 and 2. Woodmere Cella from post 2 with Dana Sweet, 58-1. And there we get a peek at the 3, Singer's Choice, a 4-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice for Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver. Last start here July 15th from post 3, finished 2nd. Race time 2 minutes 1/5, 29-2 closing quarter. I like that start here July the 12th. That was Sunday. Left on the rail, a winner by a neck in 158-2, 29-4 closing quarter. That was a new race win record for this mare by Courtly Choice. Leaving 3 tonight, Singer's Choice. She'll be there. Jacob Sweet aboard, 12-1.
Minor delay of the start here in the first one. Thinking of Eddie's headed back to the paddock for shoe repair.
So we'll have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener while we see that horse is in there getting a shoe repair. That is Thinking of Eddie. So Thinking of Eddie's leaving on the rail, and Brady Sweet at 1-9. 2 is Woodmere Cella with Dana Sweet at 33-1. Singer's Choice 3 with Jacob Sweet at 13-1. The 4 is Dolly Sky with Kenny Murphy at 30-1. 5 is Elm Grove Quest with Paul Angel at 10-1. 6 Apple Pie Moonshine with Keith Legg at 10-1. And the 7 is Harlequin Romance with Jason Hughes at 14-1. That's the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
One Thinking of Eddie returning to the track. It is post time for the first.
Tonight's opener has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the first time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thinking of Eddie, Woodmere Cella. Singer's Choice, Dolly Sky, Elm Grove Quest. Apple Pie Moonshine, Harligan Romance. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing. Thinking of Eddie, the first one out at the rail. Coming from the outside is Apple Pie Moonshine. Up the rail, that is a Woodmere Cella. She's second on the turn. Apple Pie Moonshine will get a spot in third. Fourth, that is Singer's Choice. Dolly Sky's away fifth. Sixth is Elm Grove Quest, followed by the Triller, who is Harligan Romance. Straight in alignment approaching the opening quarter, and the post-time favorite right on the front. That's Thinking of Eddie. In line to Brady Sweet. 2-hole ride. That's the long shot. Woodmere Cella. 28 seconds flat. A lively tempo here in the early going. On the front end, Thinking of Eddie, the leader on a Woodmere Cella. Apple Pie Moonshine up with the leader's third. Gapping in fourth, that's Singer's Choice. Dolly Sky has fifth. Sixth, that's Elm Grove Quest. And on the outside, 7, Harligan Romance underway. Halfway home in the opener, and Thinking of Eddie was the midway point leader in 56 and 4. 5-8 coming next. Thinking of Eddie will get him there. Woodmere Cella getting the 2-hole ride. Apple Pie Moonshine third. In fourth is Singer's Choice. Dolly Sky goes fifth. Then in sixth, Elm Grove Quest and Harligan Romance seventh. Racing at 3/4, and it's Thinking of Eddie off a mighty good clip here in the opener. Here's Apple Pie Moonshine up to challenge now. 3/4 in 1. 26 and 2 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Thinking of Eddie clinging to the lead. Apple Pie Moonshine upset-minded here in the first. Going into the passing lane in Woodmere Cella. Deep stretch now. Apple Pie Moonshine for Keith Lake will open it up. Tight for the deuce. Singer's Choice closing in on Thinking of Eddie in a place picture. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Thinking of Eddie was going right down the highway tonight. 28, 56, and 4. 126 and 2. Here's a stretch drive. We see Apple Pie Moonshine and Keith Legg popped into the 3-hole, and they're going to drive right on by tonight to win in 156 and 2. Her first win of 2026, and that's a new lifetime record for this mare. Another great shot here by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Apple Pie Moonshine getting her new record tonight. Keith Legg in the bike. In for second is the 1, Thinking of Eddie. Sorry, the 3. Singer's Choice in there for second, with Thinking of Eddie thirds, with 6-3-1 unofficially. In tonight's opener, we're going to see Apple Pie Moonshine and Keith Legg in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next. First call, 50-50. Isabella's up here in the oval. First call, 50-50.
Apple Pie Moonshine on her way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle from tonight's first race. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Bet the Moon off the Oy Vey Dam. Dapple Apple, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson, bred by Brett McDonald of Freelton, Ontario. Trained by Luke Burke and driven to victory by Keith Legg, pacing to a new race win record, getting her 5th lifetime victory tonight. The mile 156 and 2. Apple Pie Moonshine upsets the opener.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results from the first race. Thinking of Eddie third. Woodmere Cella fourth. Singer's Choice second. Dolly Sky fifth. Elm Grove Quest was sixth. Apple Pie Moonshine, the race winner. Harlequin Romance was seventh. Fractions 28. 56 and 4. 126-2. And the mile, 156-2. In review, 3-4-2. 5-6-1-7. Apple Pie Moonshine paid $29.10 to win. The exactor $262. The triactor $961.30. And the super factor was $169.19.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2026 racing season. Customers can play the Aisle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Aisle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Scratch down to a field of 6 with the scratch of number 3, Pandora Senna. I'm going to go with a 4-1-6 in here. Post time picks like 7-6-5 and the classifier selections 7-6-4 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that close place photo from tonight's first race. Singer's Choice just nipping, thinking of Eddie on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Second race on parade. Number 1 is Stay Dreamy, owned by Michael Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts. The driver is Paul Angel. Elm Grove Vine Babes, number 2, Woman Normal Sheriff Shadiac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 3, Pandora Senna is Scratch. 4 is Captain Shadow, owned and trained by Kerry Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Keith Leg Up. 5 is Covalicious Rhymes, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace, driven by Corey McPherson. Mundell's Treasure 6, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West, trained and driven by Brady Sweet. Number 7, Bet the Stars, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, and racing fans want to wish Mark Campbell and Keith Legg the best of luck at the 2026 National Driving Championship this Sunday at Clinton Raceway.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Scratch the 3, Pandora Senna. Landing on the 4, Captain Shadow, 3-year-old about Bay Gelding by Shadow Play for Carrie Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. She's also the trainer. Keith Legg looking to go back-to-back early here tonight. Started here last Sunday, July the 12th, from post 8. Finished third, placed second. Race time 2:01 and 2, 30-2 closing quarter. Truro Raceway, July the 3rd. From post 7, right to the front, parked to the quarter, but got to the front, a winner by 3 1/4 in 2 minutes, 4/5, closing quarter of 30-2. That was his second win in a row. June the 26th at Truro as well, a winner in 2:01 flat. 7 starts, lifetime, 2 wins, and those were the 2 I just told you about. Post 4 tonight, moving in a spot with the scratch of the 3. That's Captain Shadow with Keith Legg at even money. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Stay Dreamy is a 2-year-old bay colt by Stay Hungry for Michael Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Earl Watts is the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. Second lifetime start tonight for this 2-year-old colt. First start was here July the 7th from post 2. Finished 5th, 2:02 flat, 28-3 closing quarter. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. I put this horse in here on a hunch, leaving on the rail. 2-year-old. Second lifetime start. Stay Dreamy with Paul Angel at 9-2. And there's a look at the 6, Mundell's Treasure, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Militias for Tyra Perry and Brady Sweet. Brady's also the trainer and the driver. Started here July 14th from post 4. Finished 4th, 2 minutes flat, 29-1 closing quarter. A look down to that start, 5 down here. On May 24th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division from post 2. Finished 5th, race timed 1:58 flat, 30 seconds flat. On the end of it, Mundell's Treasure leaving 6 tonight, looking for his first win. Brady Sweet in the bike. 2-1. The Davies stable is a hard-working family who gives so much to the harness racing community. The family is currently dealing with a health issue, and it's our turn to help them out. The Prince County Horsemen's Club will donate half of tonight's 50-50 draw to the family, and there will also be a donation jar inside the Win Play Show canteen in the paddock. E-transfers are also welcome, and every donation makes a difference. Let's show our love and support to the Davies family during tonight's race program, and thank you for your support. Let's check out the odds board for tonight's second race. Scratch down to a field of 6 with the scratch of the 3. Stay Dreamy and Paul Angel on your screen right now at 5-1. The 2 is Elm Grove Vine Babes with Kenny Murphy at 14-1. The 3 is scratched. 4 Captain Shadow with Keith Legg at 6-5. 5 is Covalicious Rhymes with Corey McPherson at 8-1. 6 Mundell's Treasure with Brady Sweet at 5-2. And the 7 Bet the Stars with David Dowling at 2-1. That's the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's second race, scratched down to a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Stay Dreamy, Elm Grove Vine Babes, Captain Shadow, Covalicious Rhymes, Mundle's Treasure, Bet the Stars, scratched down to a field of 6 in the second. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Mundle's Treasure, Covalicious Rhymes towards the rail, Captain Shadow. Into the turn they go. Way wide is Bet the Star. Off stride on the lead. Captain Shadow self-destructed early. Covalicious Rhymes inherits the lead for Corey McPherson. Moving into second, Bet the Stars. Mundle's Treasure now third. Back into fourth is Elm Grove Vine Babes. Fifth is Stay Dreamy. And the trailer after the break, that's Captain Shadow on by the first quarter mile. Bit of a long shot leader. Covalicious Rhymes took him over to the quarter in a solid 28 and 1. Bet the Stars tracking second. Mundle's Treasure third. Fourth, that's Elm Grove Vine Babes. And in fifth, it's Stay Hungry. Trailing the field, Captain Shadow through the stretch, approaching the midway point, led by Covalicious Rhymes. Bet the Stars second. Stay Dreamy picking them off, and I mean picking them off here, going on to take over the lead. Second is Covalicious Rhymes, a half mile in 58 and 2. Third on the outside is Mundle's Treasure. Bet the Stars up the rail fourth. Then in fifth, Elm Grove Vine Babes in the backfield. Captain Shadow the three-quarters up and coming. And Stay Dreamy with Langell got him there. Covalicious Rhymes second. Mundle's Treasure on the outside third. Bet the Stars fourth. Fifth is Elm Grove Vine Babes. And Captain Shadow trails 1:28 and 1. They arrived at three-quarters. Now with an eighth of a mile left to go. Stay Dreamy will turn for home. Covalicious Rhymes along the rail. On the outside, Mundle's Treasure third. They're in deep stretch now. Stay Dreamy goes on to win for Paul Angel. Covalicious Rhymes held second. Third, that'll go to Mundle's Treasure. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Stay Dreamy gets a maiden record in his second lifetime start tonight. Covalicious Rhymes went to the front, 28-1, the half in 58-2. That's when Stay Dreamy was on the move and clear to the front going to the 5/8. Paul Angel kept his attention, 1:28 and 1 3/4, and he wins here tonight. As I mentioned, second lifetime start, 1:58 and 3. In for second is the 5, Covalicious Rhymes. Mundle's Treasure is third. It's 1:56 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we're going to see Stay Dreamy and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next.
There's a look at Stay Dreamy on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle from the second. Bay Pacing Colt, he's the 2-year-old son of Stay Hungry. Off the Always Be Mickey Dam, Always Be Dreaming. Owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Bred by Ryan Smith from Denison, Ohio. Trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langell guiding him to a maiden record of 158 and 3. Stay Dreamy in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results from the second race. Stay Dreamy, the winner. Elm Grove Vine Babes, 5th. Pandora Center was scratched. Captain Shadow, 6th. Covalicious Rhymes was 2nd. Mundell's Treasure, 3rd. Bet the Stars, 4th. The fractions were 28 and 1. 58 and 2. 128 and 1. And the mile in 158 and 3. In review, 1-5 scratched, 6-2, 3-4. Stay Dreamy paid $15.60. The exactor $205. The triactor $224.80. The superfecta was $385.04. And the early daily double $68.30.
Redshores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. I'm going to go with a 4, 5, 6 in here. Post time picks is going 4-5-3, and the classifier selections 4-5-1 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes.
Condition paces on the third race post parade. Number 1 is Acrobat Hanover, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies, Brett Clough driving. Century Invictus 2 is owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Kenny Murphy up. Starship Zodiac 3 owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Max Patrick, number 4, Jason Hughes driving for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. 5 is Sharky, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor does the training, Corey McPherson drives. Brookdale Gym, number 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Angel aboard. 3 minutes to post time. Join us for the final leg of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge on Saturday to see who is crowned the 2026 champion.
Have a couple of birthday wishes to send out tonight. First of all, to Hector Williams from Goulds, Newfoundland. He turns 81 years young today. Watches all the races from Red Shores, so happy birthday, Hector. And also to Sean McGilly. He turns 35 today. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4 in here, Max Patrick. 5-year-old Big Gelding by Sports Writer for Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. He's also the trainer. It's Jason Hughes back in the bike tonight. This horse comes into this one on a 2-race win streak, both here in Summerside, July the 12th. Left from post 4, wire-to-wire winner in 156-4, closing quarter 28-3. Followed that up on July 17th, Friday night here, left from post 3. Wire-to-wire winner by 4 3/4 in 156-2 with a closing quarter of 28-3. Both of those starts, Jason Hughes was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight on the 4, Max Patrick, 3-1. And there's a look at the 5, Sharky. 6-year-old brown gelding by He's Watching for Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk. Taylor trains. It's Corey McPherson in the bike tonight. Started here Thursday night, July 16th from post 4. Was a winner by a head in 156 and 129-3. Closing quarter, Mark Campbell was in the bike. Leaving 5 tonight. Sharky with Corey McPherson aboard at 4-5. And there we get a peek at the 6, Brookdale Gym, a 12-year-old Bay Gelding by Articulator for Doug and Doug Pauley Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Paul Angel looking to go back-to-back for the double tonight. He's in the bike. Started here Friday night, July 17th. Left from post 5. Finished 8, 158-4, 29-3 on the end of it. Start before that was here Sunday, July 12th. Left from 5. Finished 3rd. Race time 155-3, 28-1. Closing quarter, Corey McPherson was in the bike for that one. Brookdale Gym leaves 6 tonight. Paul Angel will drive at 15-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Field of 6, Acrobat, Hanover, and Brett Clough on the rail at 24 to 1. They're on your screen right now. The 2, Century Invictus with Kenny Murphy at 40 to 1. Starship Zodiac 3 with Brady Sweet at 9 to 1. The 4 is Max Patrick with Jason Hughes at 3 to 5. Sharky is 5 with Corey McPherson at 4 to 5. And 6 on the outside, Brookdale Jim with Paul Angel at 12 to 1. That's the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's third race as a field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Acrobat Hanover, Century Invictus, Starship Zodiac, Max Patrick, Sharky, Brookdale Jim. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Century Invictus, the first call. Up the rail, Acrobat Hanover. Starship Zodiac, third one to make the turn. Max Patrick goes fourth. Sharky dropped in fifth, followed by the trailer, Brookdale Jim. So Century Invictus, how's about the longest shot on the board with the early lead? Early company coming on the outside. Starship Zodiac moving on to the front for Brady Sweet. Giving way for the two-hole ride is Century Invictus. Now third is Acrobat Hanover. That's Max Patrick fourth. Sharky in fifth. Brookdale Jim is sixth. 28 and 3 was the opening quarter. The straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. On the point, it's Starship Zodiac. He's the leader at long odds. Second at the rail, Century Invictus. Now in third, Acrobat Hanover. There goes Max Patrick, sent to the outside fourth. Sharky will follow him out in fifth. And at the rail, the trailer, that is Brookdale Jim. They're halfway home in the third, led by Starship Zodiac in 58 and 4. Century Invictus is second. Max Patrick is picked up third. On the outside, up the rail, Acrobat Hanover fourth. On the outside, fifth. Sharky is second over. Trailing up the rail, Brookdale Jim. Here comes the three-quarters. Starship Zodiac getting him there. Century Invictus continuing second. On the outside, Max Patrick third. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 1. They round that upper turn for the final time now with an eighth of a mile left to go. Led by Starship Zodiac. Max Patrick. Sharky sent 3 wide. Up the rail, Century Invictus. They're in deep. Stretch now. And Sharky picks them up. And Sharky puts them down. And he will win for Corey McPherson. Starship Zodiac was second. Century Invictus third. 1:56 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw Starship Zodiac drive up to the front of the quarter in 28 and 3, the half up 58 and 4. 3/4 in 128 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Max Patrick's coming up in the outside into the passing lane is Century Invictus, but Sharky comes off the cover of Max Patrick and he drives right on by to win. That's 2 in a row tonight. 1:56 and 4. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. Starship Zodiac held on for second. Up for third, that's Century Invictus. So we got 5-3-2 unofficially in tonight's third race. We're going to see Sharky and Corey McPherson person in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Sharkey going to the third race winner's circle, pacing round gelding 6 by He's Watching, off the Art Major Dam Rub and Tug, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington, bred by David Brown and Jim Elberg. Taylor Doyle does the conditioning. The drive went to Corey McPherson, and the mile in 1:56 and 4. Sharkey in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the third race: Acrobat Hanover 6, Century Invictus third, Starship Zodiac was second, Max Patrick finished fourth, Sharkey was the winner. Brookdale Jim finished fifth, fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 128 and 1, and the mile in 156 and 4. In review, 632, 415. Sharkey paid 440. The exactor 3860, triactor 132.90, and the super factor was 28.80. Maiden Pacers on the 4th race parade. Lilja Hanover number 1, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langell driving. 2 is Elmgrove Victory, owned by Black Ivory Stables, Claire Murphy, Shane Baglow, and Beacons Farm Cardigan Head, trained by Luke Burke. Keith Legg drives. Timberley Convict 3, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. 4 is Timberley Rose, owned and trained by James Campbell of Brookdale, Nova Scotia, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Bugtown Victoria number 5, Kenny Murphy drives tonight for owner-trainer Brian Walsh, Albany. Oliver Sweetie 6 is owned and trained by Abby Clow of Cornwall, Brett Clow. Zendaya's Fancy Pants number 7, owned by Guy and Gina Turbide, Melanie Theriot, and Jean-Baptiste Turbide of Quebec. Trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven by David Dowling. 3 minutes to post time. Customers playing Red Shores can get in on the early and late Super High Five. They come up in race 5 and returns in race 12 tonight.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Class of maidens in here. Landing on the 1, Lila Hanover, 2-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, is the trainer. And Paul Langell in the bike. They teamed up earlier to win the 2nd race. Qualified in Charlottetown July the 9th from post 4. Finished 4, 2:04 and 3. Chucked a last quarter of 28 and 4 with Mark Campbell in the bike. First lifetime start tonight for the 1. I'm going to pronounce it Lila Hanover with Paul Langell at 8-5. And there's a look at the 2, Elm Grove Victory, 2-year-old bay filly by Stonebridge Terror for Black Irish Stables, Claire Murphy, Shane Baglow, and Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head PEI. Luke Burke is the trainer. Keith Legg in the bike looking for his 2nd win of the night. I believe they teamed up to win the 1st race tonight. Last start was here, July 15th from post 7. Finished 5th, 2:02, 29 and 2 closing quarter. Keith Legg was in the bike. Elm Grove Victory from post 2 with Keith Legg in the bike, 7-2. And there's a look at the 7, Zendaya's Fancy Pants, a 3-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Guy and Gina Turbide, Melanie Theriot, and Jean-Baptiste Turbide. Jennifer Doyle is the trainer. David Dowling will do the driving. Started here July 16th from post 4. Finished 4th. Just got beat by a length and a quarter. 2:01 and 2, 31 seconds on the end of it. Field of maidens in here for race number 4. Zendaya's Fancy Pants from post 7 with David Dowling, 2-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 4th race. Lila Hanover on the rail with Paul Langell at 8-5. The 2, Elm Grove Victory with Keith Legg at 7-2. 3 is Timberley Convict with Jacob Sweet at 2-1. The 4, Timberley Rose with Ryan DeRoche at 18-1. 5 is Bugtown Victoria with Kenny Murphy at 32-1. The 6 is Oliver Sweetie with Brett Clow at 18-1. Rounding out the field, 7 is Zendaya's Fancy Pants with David Dowling at 5-2. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. Red Shores is proud to present the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for horses, geldings, and mares in the grassroots and gold divisions. The events will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside during the 2026 season. For more information on the Graduate Series, visit the Red Shores Racing page and click on the Horseperson's Info tab. Tonight's fourth race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elijah Hanover, Elm Grove Victory, Timberly Convict and Timberly Rose, Bugtown Victoria, Oliver Sweeties and Dea's Fancy Pants on the outside. Fourth race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off end pacings and Dea's Fancy Pants on the far outside. Up the rail, Elijah Hanover in between horses. As they race round the turn is Elm Grove Victory. Then away in fourth, that is Timberly Rose. Moving up for fifth is Bugtown Victoria. Then in sixth, that's Timberly Convict and the trailer, Oliver Sweetie. All to it and at it and to it here in the front end from the outside. Zendaya's Fancy Pants will clear clear the lead for David Dowling. Second is Elijah Hanover. Then in third, at the rail is Elm Grove Victory. Well off them in fourth. Timberley Rose, 28 and 3 the quarter. That's Bugtown Victoria fifth. Timberley Convict is sixth. And the trailer, Oliver Sweetie seventh. They move off the turn towards the half mile. Zendaya's Fancy Pants the leader. Elm Grove Victory on the move in the outside second. Third at the rail, Elijah Hanover. Now in fourth is Timberley Rose. Timberley Convict moving up fifth. Going out from sixth, that is Bugtown Victoria. Oliver Sweetie seventh. 59 and 1 was the half. On the front end at the 5-8, Zendaya's Fancy Pants. Elm Grove Victory on the outside second. Third is Elijah Hanover. Getting into it fourth on the outside, Timberley Convict. Swinging out 3 wide. Now in fifth is Bugtown Victoria. Oliver Sweetie takes over sixth. Now the trailer, Timberley Rose, the new leader by 3/4. Timberley Convict, and he's driving away from them. 1:30 and 2 the 3/4 time, and it's all Timberley Convict in here. Elijah Hanover takes over second. That's Elm Grove Victory third. Zendaya's Fancy Pants fourth. Deep in the stretch on the wire next. Here's Timberley Convict in line to Jacob Sweet. Second, that's Elijah Hanover. Bugtown Victoria way wide might win the show prize in a photo. Time for the mile, 2 minutes, 4/5.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Timberley Convict gets a maiden record tonight, 2 minutes and 4/5 on the front end. Zendaya's Fancy Pants, 28-3 from post 7. 59 and 1 to the half. Had a company. Elm Grove Victory came first over, and they battled all the way down the backstretch. 1:30 and 2 to 3/4. That's when Timberley Convict and Jacob Sweet swung out 3 wide and drives right on by and down the stretch here. Here's another great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media. Timberley Convict getting a maiden record tonight. 2 minutes and 4/5 with Jacob Sweet in the bike. Elijah Hanover in there for second. Bugtown Victoria third. So it is 3-1-5 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. We're going to see Timberley Convict and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Timberley Convict on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle from the fourth. Pitching Brown Gelding 3, the son of all bets off, is off the Western Terror Dam. Case dismissed. Home of Timberley Standard Breds of Alberton, bred by Brody Ellis of Fort McMurray, Alberta. Jacob Sweet training and driving, guiding the colt to a maiden record of 2 minutes and 4/5. Timberley Convict in the fourth. Now the official results from the fourth race: Lilja Hanover was second, Elm Grove Victory fourth, Timberley Convict the race winner. Timberley Rose was seventh, Bugtown Victoria third, Oliver Sweetie was sixth, Zendaya's Fancy Pants finished fifth. 28 and 3, 59 and 1, 130 and 2, and the mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. From the top, your program reads 241-7365. Timberley Convict paid $690. The Exactor 2520, Triactor 196.70, and the Superfactor was 51.48.
The 2026 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11 a.m. Join us on October the 8th from 4 till 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race, the Ron and Bernie MacArthur Memorial. Equipment change on number 1 in here. Mark it up. Removes the 4-ring overcheck bit. I like 7-2-1 in here. Post time picks is going with a 7-6-2. And the classifier selections 2-1-7 in the upcoming fifth race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that very close show photo from tonight's fifth race. You're seeing Bugtown Victoria just nipping the 2 Elm Grove Victory on the line for show. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Fifth race is the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial Pace Trackside Presentation. Number 1, Mark It Up. Owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 2 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Judy Armstrong of Summerside, trained by Ricky Armstrong, Brady Sweet up. Almac Charger number 3, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Usurper 4, Owned and trained by Mike Peters of Emmyvale. The drive goes to Kenny Murphy. Pineapple Express number 5 is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay up at Albin. Silver Jake number 6, owned and trained by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield, Jason Hughes. Brookdale Thomas 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. 8 is James Rains, owned by Donald Sweet of Larry. Dana Sweet is the trainer-driver. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first super high 5 of the night. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Rocky, I've seen your early selections. I've got those 3 in a little bit of a different order. I went to 1, mark it up. Took the 2, J.J. Patrick. Then for the triactor, I went to the 7, Brookdale Thomas. For 4th, I used the 6, Silver Jake, and I went to the grandstand side to close it out. James Rains. 1, 2, 7, 6, 8 from up here in the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, all the same numbers, but as you mentioned, just a little bit different order. Vance, I went to the 7, Brookdale Thomas with Paul Langell. He's looking for a double tonight. 2nd, the 2, J.J. Patrick. He's got an inside post tonight for once. For 3rd, I went to the rail, mark it up. He removes the 4-ring overcheck tonight. For 4th, I went to the 8, James Rains. He's been racing really well. Draws outside tonight, though. And for 5th, I went to the 6, Silver Jake with Jason Hughes. 72186 from the desk. Vance Cameron going 12768. Good luck with your selections here in the 5th in the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board in tonight's 5th race. The Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial on the rail. Mark it up with Jacob Sweet at 6-5. J.J. Patrick 2 with Brady Sweet at 7-1. Outback Charger 3 with Corey McPherson at 20-1. The 4, Usurper with Kenny Murphy at 25-1. Pineapple Express is 5 with Willie McKay at 14-1. The 6 is Silver Jake with Jason Hughes at 27-1. Brookdale Thomas 7 with Paul Langell at 4-5. And 8 on the outside is James Rains with Dana Sweet at 27-1. That is the field for the upcoming 5th race, the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial. Good luck with your selections. Want to welcome the MacArthur family here tonight to present the cooler for the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial in tonight's fifth race, a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, and Rocky, what a wonderful couple the MacArthurs were, and a great asset to harness racing. They're lining up here in the 5th. Mark it up, J.J. Patrick, Halmack Charger, Usurper, Pineapple Express, Silver Jake, Brookdale, Thomas, James Rains on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off and pacing, a beauty beginning here in at the rail. Market up, leads out J.J. Patrick, Usurper coming third, way wide Pineapple Express towards the rail. Halmack Charger. Then on the inside, that is James Rain 6, 7 to Silver Jake, and now the trailer Brookdale Thomas on the backstretch, and here comes Usurper to be the long shot leader for Kenny Murphy. Second is Market Up, and he's headed to the outside. He wants to reclaim top spot. Mark it up, and Jacob Sweet, they're back on the lead up a 27 and 3 opener. Boom! Just like that, did not see that one coming. Down the stretch they come, and a fired up Mark it up is the leader. Second, Usurper, J.J. Patrick third. Backfield in motion on the outside, fourth, Pineapple Express. Halmack Charger fifth, Silver Jake on the outside sixth. Then it's James Rain seventh, on the outside eighth. Brookdale Thomas 57 seconds flat. Incredible fractions here, and that's our bottom conditions at Summerside. Mark it up, the leader. Usurper is second, Pineapple Express third, Silver Jake coming 3 wide fourth, J.J. Patrick nowhere to go fifth, moving up sixth, Brookdale Thomas, Halmack Charger seventh. Now the trailer, James Rains at 3/4 in the books, and Mark it up got him there in 1:28 and 4. They're coming 3 wide. Farthest one out, Brookdale Thomas. In between horses, Silver Jake, Usurper at the rail, and they're homeward bound here in the Super High Five. Mark it up, way wide, Brookdale Thomas takes over. Usurper up the inside. Usurper just got it all, but he might have been on the run in here. Time for the mile in the Super High Five, 1:59 and 1. There goes the inquiry sign. Retain your tickets here in the 5th. Judge's inquiry.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 5th race, and it was an eventful one at the wire. Mark it up, got to the front, 27 and 3 to the quarter, 57 seconds flat to the half. 1:28 and 4 to the 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. 4 of them across the track. Your farthest out, Brookdale Thomas, my top selection. Silver Jake in the middle there. Mark it up is there, and coming up the inside is Usurper with Kenny Murphy. They're going to get it all on the line, but might have been on the run, as Vance mentioned. We're going to have a closer look at that one, but Usurper is first on the line in here. And there he does go to a break here in tonight's 5th race. We'll wait for the judge's decision in race number 5.
Judge's inquiry involving the stretch drive here in the 5th. The racing officials will be parading number 1 Mark It Up as the unofficial winner in the 5th. Now going to the Woodmere Standard Reds winner's circle from the 5th race will be number 1 Mark It Up. Bay pacing gelding, he's 4 by Sunshine Beach from the Rambaran Dam. On the minute mark, home by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Golan. Bred by Kimberly Mark of Simcoe, Ontario. Jacob Sweet, training and driving double tonight here in Summerside. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 1. Mark It Up in the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial. And friends and family joining us on this Tuesday night here in Summerside with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 5th race. In the 5th, number 4 Usurper finished first and will be placed second for a lapped-on break at the finish. Now the official results in race 5. Mark It Up finished second, was placed first. J.J. Patrick third. Hamac Charger was 8th. Usurper finished first, placed second, lapped-on break at the finish. Pineapple Express was 7th. Silver Jake 5th. Brookdale Thomas 4th, James Rain 6th. 27 and 3, 57, 128 and 4, and the mile in 1:59 and 1. From the top after the placings, 138, 275, 46. Mark It Up, paid $650. The exactor 275.80, the triactor 485.40, super high 5, carry over to the 12th.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 5 races in the books. Let's talk about the Sapphire during Old Home Week 2026. Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association are excited to introduce a new signature event, the Sapphire, for open mares, proudly presented by the Fox Group. The Sapphire will take place on Monday, August 17th for a purse of $30,000. To be eligible for the Sapphire, mares must make a minimum of 2 2026 starts in Atlantic Canada leading into the event in accordance with conditions for the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. I like 5, 6, 4. Post time picks likes 5, 1, and 4, 6. And the classifier selection 6, 5, 4 in tonight's 6th race in 5 minutes.
Handle on You leads the 6th race on parade, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside. Norris Rogers trains and drives. Elm Grove Treasure 2, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, trained by Jeff Wallace. Jason Hughes up. Code 3, Where's Number 3, owned by Trish Hardy of Georgetown. Todd Hardy trains and drives. Avarti number 4, owned by Chantel Angel of Montague. Paul Angel trains and drives. 5 Canvas of Stars, owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy up. The Last 36, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watson, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes to post time. Atlantic Lottery is celebrating 50 years in Atlantic Canada, and up next is a message from the Community Game Changers program.
$25,000 in each Atlantic province. Nominate a community game changer today. Atlantic Lottery will select one per province, and they'll get to direct a $25,000 donation to a not-for-profit of their choice. To celebrate Atlantic Lottery's 50th anniversary, we're recognizing Atlantic Canadians making a game-changing impact in our local communities. This could be a community volunteer, leader of a community-driven organization, or a changemaker of any kind. It could even be you. Each winner will choose the cause they'll support and will receive 2 VIP passes to an Atlantic Lottery-sponsored event in 2027. So, who are you going to nominate to direct $25,000 to the charity of their choice?
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Landing on the 5 in here, Canvas of Stars. 7-year-old bay mare by Artspeak from Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick. Chris Davies is the trainer. Kenny Murphy will do the driving. This mare is dropping down in class. Last start was here July 14th from post 2. Finished 6th, 158 flat, 29-1. Closing quarter, Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Canvas of Stars from post 5. 4th start of the season, looking for her first win. Post 5 with Kenny Murphy at 1-4. There's a look at the 6. The Last Artie, a 4-year-old bay mare by Articulator from Windermere Farms of Springvale. Also the breeders, the master of Windermere, Earl Watts is the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. He's looking for a driving double tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown, July the 9th. We'll throw that start out. Made a break and finished 8th distance. The start before that was here July the 1st from post 3. Finished 4th, 157 and 4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. The last Artie from post 6 with Corey McPherson at 9-1. And there we see the 4, Havarti, an 8-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantal Angel of Montague. She's also the breeder. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for driving double tonight. Started here July 14th from post 4. Was a winner by a length in 159 and 1, 29 and 4. Closing quarter, that was her 16th lifetime win. She's got a great spot to work from tonight. Post 4, Havarti with Paul Angel at 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Handle on You with Norris Rogers leaving on the rail at 31-1. 2 is Elm Grove Treasure on your screen right now. Jason Hughes aboard at 5-1. Code 3 is 3 with Todd Hardy at 25-1. The 4 is Havarti with Paul Angel at 4-1. Canvas of Stars 5 with Kenny Murphy at 4-5. Rounding out the field 6, the last Artie with Corey McPherson at 7-2. That's the field for the upcoming 6th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 6th race has a field of 6. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Handle on You, Elm Grove Treasure, Code 3. Havarti. Canvas of Stars, the last Artie. Half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate in the 6th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Canvas of Stars, Code 3 are leaving out. Handle on You and the rail. They're 4th into the turn is Elm Grove Treasure to get away 5th. Havarti, and on the outside, the last Artie is 6. By the 8th pole they go, and the long shot on the outside, Code 3, the leader, in line to Todd Hardy. Handle on You's another long shot in 2nd. Racing from 3rd, how's about, that's the longest shot, and he is Elm Grove Treasure. Then a racing from 4th, Canvas of Stars, Havarti in 5th, and the last Artie 6, 29 and 4. The opening quarter mile. And the long shots are 1, 2, 3 at the 3-8. And that's code 3, the leader. Handle on You is second. Elm Grove Treasure third. Canvas of Stars moving to the outside to be first up fourth. Havarti following out fifth. And going to be third over six. The last 30 halfway home with code 3, the midway point leader. Up and at her on the outside. Canvas of Stars. 1 minute and 4 was the half. Racing from third on the outside. Havarti up the rail fourth. That's Handle on You. Moving up fifth, the last 30. Now the trailer. Elm Grove Treasure, the 3/4 will have a new leader. And that's the favorite. Canvas of Stars and Kenny Murphy take over. Now second between horses, Havarti. The last 30 is coming on the outside third. 3/4 up, 90 seconds flat. And they're down to an eighth to go. The leader, Canvas of Stars, in at the rail. Havarti is second. Third, the last 30. Down the stretch they come. And Canvas of Stars almost there. Havarti on the outside. Canvas of Stars in line to Kenny Murphy. Tight for the Dukes. Havarti trying to hold off the last 30 in a place picture. 1:59 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. Code 3 went to the front, 29-4. The half up in a minute, 4/5. First over came Canvas of Stars, rocking and rolling to 3/4 in 1:30 flat, took over the lead. Down the stretch here we see Canvas of Stars with Havarti up on the outside, as well as the last 30. They're close in a place picture here. But Canvas of Stars, no doubt about the winner. Kenny Murphy's going to the winner's circle in this one for sure. He's not going to be placed back as Canvas of Stars wins for the first time in 2026 tonight. 1:59 flat. In for second. It's close. In a photo. Now it is posted. The 4, Havarti in there for second with the 6, the last 30 third. 5-4-6 unofficially in tonight's sixth race. We're going to see Canvas of Stars and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
Canvas of Stars on her way to the sixth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare 7 by Arts Peak. From the 4 Stars Shark Dam, 4 Stars Horn Dog. Owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick. Bred by Winback Farm. Trained by Chris Davies and Kenny Murphy. Will guide her to victory in a 1:59. Canvas of Stars in the sixth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the 6, Handle on You 4th, Elmgrove Treasure 6, Code 3 5th. Avarti was 2nd. Canvas of Stars, the race winner. The last 30 was 3rd. They went 29 and 4, 1 minute 4, 1:30, and the mile 1:59. In review 465, 213. Canvas of Stars paid $350. The Exactor $760, Triactor $1480, and the Superfecta $353.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players with an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine, Standardbred, and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Number 4, Beth, from blinkers to a blind bridle. I'm going to go 6-3-1. Post time picks legs 3-6-1. Classifier selection 6-3-1 in tonight's 7th race in 6 minutes.
On the 7th race post parade, number 1, Timberley Lady, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Run for the Money, number 2, is owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall from Alberton, Brady Sweet, trainer-driver. Animosity 3, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRaja. Number 4, Beth, owned by Max Webster's Stable and Madison Poirier from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Roll with It, Darling 5 is owned by Charlene O'Brien from Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace, Paul Langella. Glenview Ronda 6, owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, driven by Keith Legg. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns in just a moment, but first a message from Tourism PEI.
Something happens when you're released from routine. You're free to let go, to dig in, to let yourself get carried away. You find that feeling you've been missing here on our island. Maybe even a little above it. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Equipment change on the 4. Beth goes from blinkers to a blind bridle. There's my top selection. That's the 6, Glenview Rhonda. 8-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. He's also the breeder and the trainer. Keith Legg in the bike looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was here Wednesday night, July 15th from post 5. Finished 3rd. Race timed 1:54.4 with a closing quarter of 29 seconds flat. Glenview Rhonda, free-legged mare, looking for her first win of the season. Post 6 tonight with Keith Legg at even money. There's a look at the 3, Animosity, 4-year-old bay mare by Malicious for Chris McGuinness of Hampshire. Greg McGuinness trains. Ryan Darash will do the driving. Started here July 16th. Had the rail. Finished 4th. Just beat a length and 3/4. Race time being 1:56 flat, 29.3. Closing quarter. Ryan Darash was in the bike looking for her first win of 2026. Post 3 for Animosity with Ryan Darash, 8-1. And there's the rail sitter, Timberly Lady, a 5-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Looking for win number 3 tonight. Jacob Sweet is. Last start was here Wednesday night, July 15th. Left from post 4, was a winner by a neck, but set back to 2nd. Race time 1:58 flat. Jacob Sweet was in the bike. Start before that was here Sunday, July 12th from post 5. Was a winner by 3 1/4 in 1:57 flat. New race win record 29-2. Closing quarter for Jacob Sweet. On the rail tonight, Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet at 2-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 7th race. Field of 6, Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet at 2-1. The 2, Run for the Money with Brady Sweet, 7-1. 3, Animosity and Ryan Darash at 8-1. Beth is 4 with David Dowling at 4-1. The 5 is Roll with It Darling with Paul Angela at 4-1. And rounding out the field, 6 is Glenview Rhonda with Keith Legg at 7-5. That's the look of the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your selections. Some shout-outs tonight. I want to welcome my cousin Dion Fanuff and his wife Alicia Cuthbert to the races here tonight, as well as my cousin Paul Fanuff and Amber. They're here tonight, taking in the races here tonight for the Bernie and Ron MacArthur Memorial. They're enjoying themselves up here too in the Oval as the 7th race lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Timberley Lady, Run for the Money, Animosity, Beth, Roll with It, Darling, and Glenview Rondell. 7th race, they're up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Animosity and Timberley Lady leave out. Run for the Money, 3rd into the turn. Crossing over 4th, that's Beth. In 5th, that's Roll with It, Darling. And then it's the post-time favorite who trails early, Glenview Rhonda. Quarter pole bound, guarding the cones. Timberley Lady for Jacob Sweet, the leader. Animosity parked out 2nd and going on for the lead. 3rd up the rail is Run for the Money, racing from 4th. That's Beth. 5th on the cone to Roll with It, Darling. And the trailer, Glenview Rhonda 6, 28. And a 1 was the quarter. Animosity made the lead. Timberley Lady says it's give and go, and Beth has found herself 3 wide in here. As they move off the paddock, turn towards the half-mile they come. And in the center of the racetrack, that is Beth. Timberley Lady at the rail. Racing 3rd, Animosity on the outside. 4th, that's Roll with It, Darling. 5th is Run for the Money. And Glenview Rhonda now starts her move to the outside from 6, 57 and 4. The halfway home time, 3/8 of a mile to go. Timberley Lady at the rail, the leader. Roll with It, Darling, coming out 3 wide 2nd. Animosity 3rd. Beth is Fancy stepping and on the run at the back. They arrive at 3/4. Roll with It, Darling, the leader. Animosity slipped out now between horses. Timberley Lady at the rail, way out there. Glenview Rhonda, 3/4 in 1, 27 and 3, and they're in the home stretch now, coming 4 wide, and the farthest one out. Glenview Rhonda takes over late. Animosity, Roll with It, Darling. On the outside, it is Glenview Rhonda to double up Keith Legg. Animosity held 2nd. Roll with It, Darling will finish 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:57:30.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Timberley Lady went to the front, 28-1, released Animosity, and then went back around the half in 57 and 4. Down to 3/4, 127 and 3. There were 3 wide, there were 4 wide, there were 4 wide all the way down the stretch here. Farthest one out is my top play. That's Glenview Rhonda with Keith Legg. They're going to get on the line first here tonight for first win of 2026, 12th career win. Keith Legg's going to double up tonight. The mile in 1:57 and 3. Good mile tonight. In for 2nd, Animosity. She raced well tonight. Roll with It, Darling in there for 3rd. It's 6:35 unofficially in tonight's 7th race. We're going to see Glenview Rhonda with Keith Legg. They're heading to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of the 7th race going to the 3/4. Glenview Rhonda on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the 7th race. Big pacing mare, she's 8 by Immaculate. Off the aces and sevens, damn. Bring it on home. Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia owns, trains, and also the breeder. Keith Legg picks up his second winner tonight. He's got the double. Time for the mile in 157 and 3. Glenview Rhonda and the Keith Legg double in the 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the 7th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Here's the official results in the 7th. Timberly Lady 5th. Run for the Money 4th. Animosity was 2nd. Beth finished 6th. Roll With It Darling was 3rd. Glenview Rhonda the race winner. Fractions went 28 and 1. 57 and 4. 127 and 3. And the mile 157 and 3. In review it's 5-4-2. 6-3-1. Glenview Rhonda paid $4. The exactor $12.50, triactor $49.80, and the superfecta $16.21.
In the upcoming 8th race, scratch number 5, Do or Die. Number 2, Elm Grove Untamed, adds a Shady Daisy. Scratch the show wagering from the upcoming 8th race. No show wagering in tonight's 8th race. Thank you to the Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections in for the upcoming 8th race. Scratch the 5, do or die. I'm going to go with a 3-2-1. Post time picks likes 1-2-4. And the classifier's choice is 1-2-4 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes.
Twin turbo diesel on the 8th race post parade. The owners are Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne, and Jenna Stewart. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Elm Grove Untamed is number 2, owned by Marc-Andre Cyr, Fatima, Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Shadows in the Night 3, owned by William Flowers of Stanhope, trained by Earl Watts, Pal Angel driving. Stingorama 4 is owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collins, Jeremy Baker up. 5 Do or Die is scratched. Number 6 is Sergeant Crowley, home of the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Foy Melanson, driven by Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
Well, let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. No show wagering in here. Scratch the 5, do or die. The 2 on Elm Grove Untamed adds a Shady Daisy. I'm landing on the 3 in here. Shadows in the Night. 4-year-old Black Gelding by Shadow Play for Billy Flowers of Stanhope. Earl Watts now the trainer with Paul Angel in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start at Charlottetown, July the 11th from post 2. Finished 7th. Race timed 1:59 flat, 30 and 4 on the end of it. What caught my eye is that start at Charlottetown, May the 23rd from post 3. Finished 5th, race timed in 1:56 flat, 29 and 3 closing quarter. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Still looking for that first win of the season. Maybe tonight. The 3, Shadows in the Night with Paul Angel, 23-1. And there's a look at the 2, Elm Grove Untamed, a 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Blood Money for Marc-Andre Cyr, Fatima, Quebec. Jennifer Doyle trains, David Dowling in the bike, adds a Shady Daisy tonight. Last start was here in Summerside on July the 18th. That was Saturday night, PI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division from post 3. A winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:56 and 3. New race win record, 29 and 3 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. Elm Grove Untamed from post 2 with David Dowling, 3-5.
Twin turbo diesel on the 8th race post parade. The owners are Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne, and Jenna Stewart. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives.
Well, let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. No show wagering in here. Scratch the 5, do or die. The 2 on Elm Grove Untamed, a 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Shadow Play for Billy Flowers of Stanhope. Earl Watts now the trainer with Paul Angel in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors. And there's a look at the rail sitter, twin turbo diesel, 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne and Jenna Stewart. Joe Baxter trains. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike. Nice qualifier here on July the 14th. That was last Tuesday night. Only one in it, 156-3, 29-3. Closing quarter for twin turbo diesel. Won 3 races last season, 201. Right here at Summerside was a season's best. Twin turbo diesel is on the rail with Kenny Murphy tonight at 7-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race. Scratched down to a field of 5. No show wagering in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta. Triactor, win in place. Twin turbo diesel on the rail and Kenny Murphy at 7-1. The 2 is Elm Grove Untamed with David Dowling at 1-9. The 3 is Shadows in the Night with Paul Angel at 7-1. The 4, Stingorama with Jeremy Baker on your screen there for a second at 5-1. The 5 is Scratched. And the 6, Sergeant Crowley with Jason Hughes at 22-1. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 8th race, scratched down to a field of 5, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Twin turbo diesel, Elm Grove Untamed, Shadows in the Night, Stingorama, Sergeant Crowley. That's the field of the 8th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride at the rail, twin turbo diesel. And there they go, off and pacing, leaving out Shadows in the Night will lead them to the turn. Stingorama is second, Sergeant Crowley third, Elm Grove Untamed away fourth. Back down pacing and the trailer fifth. That is twin turbo diesel. By the 8th pole and they straighten to the backstretch. Shadows in the Night in unfamiliar territory this night. Right on the engine, in line to Paul Angel. Second is Stingorama. Stingorama racing from third is Sergeant Crowley. Elm Grove Untamed fourth, and he's caught the field. That's Twin Turbo Diesel. Opening quarters up in 29 and 4. They round the top turn for the first time, and they're chasing Shadows in the Night by the 3/8 pole, the leader. Stingorama, the 2-hole ride. Sergeant Crowley third. There goes Elm Grove Untamed, sent to the outside fourth. Twin Turbo Diesel will follow him out fifth, and they're halfway home, led by Shadows in the Night. Up to challenge that leader, that's Elm Grove Untamed. Racing from third is Stingorama, the half mile in 101 flat. They got comfortable here in the early going and off stride. Elm Grove Untamed hit the run. He got big time interference. Twin Turbo Diesel in here. On the back stretch they go. Shadows in the Night opens by 3. Second is Stingorama. Twin Turbo Diesel on the outside third. Fourth is Sergeant Crowley trailing the field. Elm Grove Untamed, we're under an inquiry. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 1 as they round the turn for the final time. Shadows in the Night clear on the lead. Stingorama is second. Then in third, that's Sergeant Crowley. Down the stretch they come. Shadows in the Night almost home. Stingorama on the outside, not enough. Shadows in the Night and Langella go all the way. Stingorama second, Sergeant Crowley third, and the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. Judges' inquiry here in the 8th race. Retain your tickets. The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 8 going to the 5/8.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. On a hunch, I took the 3, Shadows in the Night. He doesn't disappoint, 29 and 4. Half in 101, down to 3/4 in 130 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Shadows in the Night is going to double up. Paul Angel in the bike tonight for the win. 2 minutes flat is the mile. First win of 2026. In for second. On the line is the 4, Stingorama. In for third is the 6, Sergeant Crowley. So we have 3, 4, 6 unofficially in tonight's 8th race. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets, but we will see Shadows in the Night and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next.
Shadows in the Night on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from the 8th race. Pacing Black Gelding 4 by Shadow Play from the Western Hanover Dam. Lofty Yankee, now owned by William Flowers of Stanhope, bred by Springhaven Farm. Trainer Earl Watts has the double. Driver Paul Langell has the double. The time for the mile in 2 minutes. Shadows in the Night in the 8th.
There's a look at the inquiry underway here in race number 8. Involves the break by number 2, Elm Grove Untamed, heading past the 5/8.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 8th race. Number 2, Elm Grove Untamed, made the break on his own. Interfered with 1, Twin Turbo Diesel, with number 1 finishing ahead of number 2. There's no placings required. Now the official results in the 8th. Twin Turbo Diesel 4th. Elm Grove Untamed 5th. Shadows in the 9th, the race winner. Stingorama was 2nd. Do or Die was scratched. Sergeant Crowley 3rd. 29 and 4, 101, 130 and 1, and the mile in 2 minutes. In review, it's 451, 2 scratch 3. Shadows in the Night paid $14.50. The Exactor $90.50, the Triactor $550.80, and the Superfactor $122.04.
The Davies Stable is a hard-working family who gives so much to the harness racing community. The family is currently dealing with a health issue, and it's our turn to help them out. The Prince County Horsemen's Club will donate half of tonight's 50-50 to the family, and there will be a donation jar inside the Win Place Show canteen in the paddock. E-transfers are also welcome, and every donation makes a difference. Let's show our love and support to the Davies family during tonight's race program, and thank you for your support. Get your 50-50 draw tickets ready for $1,031. The winning number is 306077. For $1,031, the winning number is 306077. Good luck. Redshores Racing is excited to offer a Pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 is on the last 4 races of every card here at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And there's a look at our selections for the upcoming 9th race, field of 6. I'm going 6-5-3 in here. Post time picks likes 1-3-5. Classifier selections 3-5-6 in tonight's 9th race in 6 minutes.
On the ninth race post parade, number 1, Impeccable Shadow. Omadale and Randy and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. Hunger Pangs 2, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRaja. Bet 'em Alive 3, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Weimar Jimbo 4, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Brady Sweet. Little Leroy 6, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter. Tonight, Corey McPherson. 3 minutes to ninth race, post time. You can visit the Red Shores Player Portal page for free race programs, driver profiles, winning post positions, and race replays.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's ninth race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the 6 in here, Little Leroy's a 5-year-old big yelling by Source of Pride for Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter trains. Corey McPherson is in the bike. Nice start here, July the 7th. Left on the rail, was a winner by 2 1/4 in 1:54 and 4, 29 and 3 closing quarter. Adam Erner was in the bike for that win. Little Leroy, post 6 tonight. Corey McPherson's aboard, looking for win number 2 at 10-1. And there we see the 5, Brookdale J. Mack, a 5-year-old big yelling by He's Watching for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Brady Sweet will do the driving. Nice start here on Friday night, July 17th, left from post 2. Finished second, just beat by 3 3/4 lengths. Race timed in 1:53 and 4, 29 and 3 on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike for that one. Good start here on Sunday, July 12th, left from 4. Wire-to-wire winner by a length and a half in 1:54 and 3 with a closing quarter of 30 seconds flat. That was a new race win record. Sorry, that was his 3rd win of the season. Wasn't a new race win record. The new race win record was in Charlottetown on May the 9th. Brookdale J. Mack with Brady Sweet from post 5 at 9-1. And there we get a peek at the 3, Bet 'em Alive, a 4-year-old big yelling by Lazarus for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Jacob's looking for his 3rd win tonight. Last start was here on July 16th, left from post 3, wire-to-wire winner by a length and a quarter in 1:54 and 2. That was a new race win record, 28 seconds flat. Closing quarter, 2nd win of the season. If you look 3 back here, July 7th from post 2, he was a winner by a nose in 1:57 and 4 with the last quarter of 30 and 2. Bet 'em Alive, sharp in his last one. Post 3 with Jacob Sweet. He's sharp tonight. They're at 6-5. Tonight's ninth race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Impeccable Shadow, Hunger Pangs, Bet 'em Alive, Weimar Jimbo, Brookdale, J. Mac, Little Leroy, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Bet 'em Alive, and Impeccable Shadow leaving out third into the turn. That's Hunger Pangs to get away. Fourth is Weimar Jimbo. Little Leroy, he'll go fifth. And the early trailer, that'll be Brookdale J. Max. Settled on the back stretch to the quarter. And up front, Bet 'em Alive will show the way for Jacob Sweet. 2-hole ride belongs to Impeccable Shadow. That's Hunger Pangs racing from third. Weimar Jimbo fourth. Little Leroy in fifth, and the trailer, that is Brookdale J. Mac. Straight alignment off an opening quarter of 28 and 3. Fronting the field, it's Bet 'em Alive in line to Jacob Sweet. Second up the rail, Impeccable Shadow. That's Hunger Pangs coming out of the turn third. Fourth one is Weimar Jimbo. Little Leroy, he continues fifth. And the trailer in sixth is Brookdale J. Mac. They're halfway home, and that's Bet 'em Alive, the midway point leader. Second goes to Impeccable Shadow, 58. And 1 was the half. Racing from third is Hunger Pangs on the move in the outside fourth. That's Brookdale J. Mac. Fifth is Weimar Jimbo. And Little Leroy on the outside the trailer. They go to 3/4 next. And it's Bet 'em Alive continuing to lead. Impeccable Shadow second. Brookdale J. Mac is coming on third. Fourth is Little Leroy. Racing from fifth. That is Hunger Pangs. The 3/4 up in 1:27 flat, and they're homeward bound. Bet 'em Alive the leader. Impeccable Shadow second. Brookdale J. Mac on the outside third. Little Leroy at the rail fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Bet 'em Alive, and Jacob Sweet has tripled up. Impeccable Shadow was second. Looked like Little Leroy up third. And the time for this mile in 1:54 and 4. Closing it out, 27 and 4.
Comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Bet 'em Alive and Jacob Sweet go all the way tonight. 28-3, the half in 58-1, down to 3/4 in 1:27 flat. Here's the stretch drive. Jacob Sweet's going for win number 3 tonight. He's on the inside, and the outside is the one Impeccable Shadow with Paul Angel. He's looking for his third win as well. So there are a couple of them battling for their third win of the night here. And on the inside, it's going to be Bet 'em Alive with Jacob Sweet. Jacob Sweet's going to get win number 3 tonight. In for second is the one Impeccable Shadow. Up for third, that is the 6 Little Leroy. It's 3-1-6 unofficially in tonight's ninth race. We're going to see Bet 'em Alive and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bids Winner Circle next.
It's a large night here in Summerside for the Jacob Sweet barn as he takes Bet 'em Alive to the winner's circle here in the ninth race. Bay facing gelding 4 by Lazarus off the Largo Dam. Bet 'em Laura. Home with Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff is the breeder. trained and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet. For Jacob, that's the training triple, and for Jacob, that's the driving triple this night. The wire-to-wire effort goes in 150, 4-4. Bet 'em alive. Jacob Sweet triples up in the training and the driving department. Now the official results in the ninth: Impeccable Shadow second, Hunger Pang 6, Bet 'em Alive the race winner. Weimar Jimbo was fifth, Brookdale J. Mack fourth, Little Leroy finished third. They went 28-3, 58-1, 127, and the mile 150, 4-4. From the top, your program reads 261, 543. Bet 'em Alive at 10-10 to win. Exactor 1250, Triactor 4770, and the Superfactor was 693.
No winner yet in tonight's 50-50 draw. Once again, the winning number for $1,031 is 306077. 50-50 winning number for $1,031, 306077. Good luck. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 9 races in the books. Let's have a look at Boots and Bling. Friday, July the 24th, join us at Red Shores in Charlottetown for Boots and Bling, a Harness the Hope fundraiser. Gather under the trackside patio tent for an evening of great food, celebration, and live music by Kim Albert. Tickets are $30 each plus HST and fees and can be purchased through the East Link Center box office. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Field of 6 in here. I'm going 1-4-2. Post time picks like 2-1-4. Classifier selections 4-2-1 in the 10th race in 7 minutes. There's a look at that show photo from tonight's 9th race. Little Leroy just nipping Brookdale J. Mac on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Tenth race on Post Parade, number 1, Middleton Terror, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Luke Burke, Jason Hughes drives. Two-Man Terrier, owned by Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster Stable, and Melissa McRae, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Starship Destiny 3, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Mario Macri. Ryan DeRoche drives. Louis the Great 4 is owned by Leith Wade, Leslie, and Spencer Wade, trained by Leslie Wade, driven by Corey McPherson. Nolan's Magic Way, number 5, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Braxton's Boy, number 6, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Allen of Summerside. Ricky does the conditioning, driven by Kenny Murphy. Only 2 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside PEI. Stand by for a message from the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the rail sitter in here in Middleton Terror, 7-year-old by Stonebridge Terror. For Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Luke Burke trains. Jason Hughes is in the bike. I believe Luke Burke already has a win tonight. Nice qualifier here on July the 16th. Left on the rail, was a winner by 9.5 lengths in 1:55.4, 28.4. Closing quarter. If he's as good as he was in the qualifier and as good as he was early on last season, I like this horse in this race, although it's his first start of the season. He's got the rail tonight. Middleton Terror with Jason Hughes at 9-5. There we get a look at the 4. Louis the Great, a 4-year-old, bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Spencer Waite. Leslie Waite is the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here July 14th. That was last Tuesday night. Left from post 3. Finished 4th, 1:56.3, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. Start before that was here Sunday, July the 12th on the rail. Finished 3rd. Race time 1:55.1 with a closing quarter of 30.1. Has 2 wins, 1:55.4 at Charlottetown. Louis the Great, Corey McPherson from post 4, 2-1. And there's a look at the 2, Manterio, a 10-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster, and Melissa McRae. Jennifer Doyle trains. David Dowling back in the bike. Started here Saturday night. Left on the rail, a wire-to-wire winner by 5.5 lengths in 155 flat. That was his third win of the season, 45th career. David Dowling was in the bike for that one. Leaving 2 tonight, Manterio with David Dowling at even money. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Middleton Terror, Manterio, Starship Destiny, Louis the Great, Nolan's Magic Sway, Braxton's Boy. It's the 10th race, now at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Middleton Terror at the rail, the first one out. Manterio is second, Starship Destiny third. Louis the Great will round the turn fourth. Into fifth went Braxton's Boy and Nolan's Magic Sway. Will trail in the early going. On the back stretch for the first time to the quarter they go. Middleton Terror for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes will lead early. Manterio set up for a 2-hole ride. Starship Destiny away third. Fourth, that's Louis the Great. Braxton Boy races from fifth. Trailing the field, Nolan's Magic Sway, 29 and a 1/5 was the quarter mile as they race round the paddock turn for the first time. On the point, that's Middleton Terror, the fraction setter. Manterio comes out of the turn second. Starship Destiny, he races from third. Louis the Great continues in fourth, followed by Braxton's Boy and Nolan's Magic Sway. Halfway home, and the leader is Middleton Terror in 58 and 3. Manterio tracking second. On the turn, Starship Destiny, he's in third. There goes Louis the Great, sent to the outside fourth. Then in fifth, that's Braxton's Boy. Nolan's Magic Sway 6. 3/4 up next. Middleton Terror has opened up by 2 with a 1/4 of a mile to go. Second is Manterio. Louis the Great on the outside third. Starship Destiny fourth. Braxton's Boy fifth. Nolan's Magic Sway 6 to 3/4 up. 1:27 and 3. Turning for home, led by Middleton Terror. Louis the Great on the outside second. Manterio third. Braxton's Boy fourth. On the wire, it's Middleton Terror and the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes go all the way. Louis the Great rallied in second. Manterio held third. And they stopped the clock in 1:55.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Middleton Terror right down the road. Looks like he's back to himself. 29 and 1 to the quarter, 58 and 3 to the half, 127 and 3 to 3/4. Here is the stretch drive. Middleton Terror, Louis the Great coming up on the outside, but Jason Hughes is just sitting chilly in the bike, as his brother Kurt would say, to win this one tonight. In his first start of 2026, his 27th lifetime win, 155 and 2. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of Middleton Terror with his win tonight. In for second is the 4, Louis the Great. Manterio third. It's 1-4-2, ice cold here in the 10th. We'll see Middleton Terror and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standard Beds Winner Circle next.
Middleton Terror on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from the 10th race. Bay Patient Gelding, 7 years. The son of Stonebridge Terror is off the Mach 3 Dam. Miracle on the Hudson. Home of Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Bred by Noonan Holdings Limited, Russell and Karen Noonan. Trained by Luke Burke and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. He put him on top at every call tonight, winning in 1:55 and 2, and he closed the mile out in 27 and 4. That's Middleton Terror, and he wires the 10th. Now the official results from the 10th race. Middleton Terror the winner. Manterio was third. Starship Destiny fourth. Louis the Great finished second. Nolan's Magic Sway was sixth. Braxton's Boy finished fifth. 29 and 1. 58 and 3. 127 and 3. And the mile 155 and 2. In review 134. 265. Middleton Terror 580 to win. Exactor 2120. Triactor 2290. Superfecta 733.
You can wager at the track or from home with HPI, and it's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Play the horses at Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. For more information on all offers, visit hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 11th race, our feature here on a Tuesday night. I'm going 5-6-2. Post-time picks going 6-3-4, and the classifier selections 6-3-2 in the 11th race in 6 minutes. No one has claimed the 50-50 yet for $1,031. The winning number once again is 306077. 306077 for tonight's 50-50. Good luck.
Featured the 11th race on the track for post parade, Lady Divine, number 1, owned by Jennifer Doyle of Stratford and Max Webster's stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jennifer does the training, driven by David Dowling. Almost Amos 2, owned by Adela McCacken of Summerside and Zoe McCacken of Valeric. Della does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Sobble Attack 3, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callback of Summerside. Trained by Della McCacken, Kenny Murphy up. 3, Melody Maker, Ride to Ross drives for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 5 is Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, training and driving. 6 is Halmack Exclusive, owned by Leith Leslie Wade, Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade and Corey McPherson drives. PL Quicksand is 7, owned by Butch Ramsey of Summerside and Billy Companion of Muscush. Billy does the training, driven tonight by Brady Sweet. At 3 minutes to post time. And Rocky, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections in the Tuesday feature. And again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Rock, I don't think you and I can be any farther apart on our selections here in tonight's featured race. I went to 3, Sobble Attack. I used the 2, Almost Amos. I went to the 1, Lady Divine, and I closed it out with the 6, Halmack Exclusive. I went 3, 2, 1, 6. Rocky, down to you and your choices.
I went on a hunch. I went with the 5, Malignity. You know, he shows those miles. Shows a mile 3 back in 1:53 and 4 and closed it out in 27 and 3. So I put him on top. For second, I went to the 6, Halmack Exclusive. Then I put the 2, Almost Amos in there for third. Let's put in Sobble Attack for fourth. So I'm going 5, 6, 2, 3. Vance likes 3, 2, 1, 6. We are far apart there, Vance. But good luck in the 11th.
Well, Rocky, your hunch earlier on in the program, it paid off.
Yes, it did, big time. And my cousin Dion had a nice ticket on that one. So, yeah, it was good. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 11th race. Our feature here on a Tuesday night at Redshores in Summerside. Lady Divine on your screen right now with David Dowling aboard at 14 to 1. Almost Amos 2 with Jason Hughes at 8-1. The 3, Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy at 5-2. The 4, Melody Maker on your screen right now with Ryan Darash at 22-1. 5 is Malignity with Paul Angel at 4-5. 6, Hamac Exclusive with Corey McPherson at 5-2. And 7, PL Quicksand on your screen right now with Brady Sweet at 33-1. That's the field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 11th race, our feature here tonight. Top class says a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Lady Divine, Almost Amos, Sobble Attack, Melody Maker, Malignity, Hamac Exclusive, and PL Quicksand. Scores on the outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Lady Divine up the rails. Sobble Attack joins her. Third to the turn is Almost Amos. Coming up fourth, that is Hamac Exclusive to get away fifth. Down along that inside, rounding the turn, Melody Maker in 6, Malignity, followed by the trailer, PL Quicksand in 7, Sobble Attack. He made the lead in line to Kenny Murphy. They'll be quarter pole leading tonight. Away second, that is Lady Divine. Almost Amos, he'll step it out from third. Hamac Exclusive away fourth. Then in fifth, it's Melody Maker, followed by Malignity and PL Quicksand 28. And to the quarter-mile time, and they come off the paddock turn. They're in straight alignment on a route to the opening half-mile, led by Sobble Attack. Two-hole ride, Lady Divine. Then in third, it's Almost Amos. Fourth, that is Hamac Exclusive. There goes Malignity now, sent to the outside fifth. Up the rail in sixth, that is Melody Maker. And PL Quicksand is seventh, 58 seconds flat was the half. They arrive at 5/8. The unchallenged leader is Sobble Attack going to 3/4, and he's in unfamiliar territory. He's been leading since the outset, and he'll lead at 3/4 next. Second, Lady Divine marching up. Third is Hamac Exclusive. Then in fourth up the rail, it's Almost Amos with nowhere to go. Malignity coming late fifth. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4. With an eighth of a mile left to go. Sobble Attack tries to close it out. Lady Divine up the rail second. Hamac Exclusive third. Malignity on the far outside. Deep stretch now. Lady Divine at the inside will upset them with Sobble Attack and a closing Malignity. And the time for this mile, 1:55 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. And Sobble Attack went to the front tonight, 28 and 2. The half up in 58, 126 and 4 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Sobble Attack, Lady Divine coming up the inside. My top play, Malignity, just run at a racetrack here. Who's flying on the end of it. But Sobble Attack, Lady Divine on the inside. They're battling to the wire. And in a photo, it's posted. Lady Divine gets up to win this one over the 3, Sobble Attack, up for third. That is Malignity. So it's 1-3-5 unofficially. In the 11th, we're going to see Lady Divine and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next.
There's Lady Divine on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle from the 11th race. Bay Pacing Mare, she's 5 by Heston Blue Chip. Off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Booty Call. Owned by Jennifer Doyle of Stratford and Max Webster's Stable of Inverness in Nova Scotia. Bred by Luddit Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling will guide her to victory in 155 and 2. Lady Divine upsets the Tuesday night feature in Summerside. Here's the official results now in the 11th. Lady Divine, the race winner. Almost Aim is 4th. Sobble Attack was 2nd. Melody Maker finished 6th. Malignity was 3rd. Almac Exclusive 7th. PL Quicksand finished 5th. 28 and 2. 58. 126 and 4. And the mile time in 155 and 2. In review, 142, 63, 75. Lady Divine paid $27.20 on the nose. Exactor 52.50. Triactor was $217.40. And the Superfactor was $42.74.
Redshores Racing is a full menu of wagering options for the 2026 racing season. Let's talk about Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five. As part of the 2026 wagering menu, the Super High Five is offered in race 5 in the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race finale. I'm going 4-3-1, as is the classifier. Post time picks 4-3-6 in the finale in 7 minutes. Tonight's winner in the 50-50 draw is Michael Stewart from Albany. Congratulations. And there's that very close win photo from tonight's feature race 11. Lady Divine at the rail, just nipping Sobel Attack on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Twelfth race on the track for parade number 1 is Hockey's Dale. Home with Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Bold and Bad number 2. Brett Clow in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Dina Clow, New Haven. 3 is Dylan Sam, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training. The drive goes to Brady Sweet. Woodmere Ideal Art number 4, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Foy Melanson, driven by Jason Hughes. 5 is Brookdale George, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Levi Sonic number 6, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collins. Jeremy Baker up. 7 is LaBarbe, owned by Cameron Racing, Brenda McGinnis and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 8, Edge of the World, owned by Brett LeBlanc, Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Redshore, Charlottetown, starting at 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up the Tuesday program.
And there's a look at our Super High Five tickets here. Got to write Vance's down for 5, 3, 6, 7. We're both going with the 4, Woodmere Ideal Art. I'm going with the 3, Dylan Sam for 2nd. The 1, Hockey Steo for 3rd. Or the 7, LaBarbe for 4th. And the 5, Brookdale George. Vance going for 4, 5, 3, 6, 7. Those are our Super High Five tickets. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 12th race finale here on a Tuesday night. Hawkish Deo, Jacob Sweet. He's got 3 wins tonight. They're at 3-1. The 2, Bold and Bad with Brett Clough at 54-1. 3 is Dylan Sam with Brady Sweet aboard at 6-1. The 4, Woodmere Ideal Art with Jason Hughes at 1-9. The 5 is Brookdale George with Paul Langell. He's got a couple of wins tonight as well, and they're at 6-1. The 6 is Levi Sonic with Jeremy Baker at 30-1. 7 La Barbe with Corey McPherson at 35-1. And 8 in the outside, Edge of the World on your screen right now with Brett LeBlanc, 91-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th race finale. Good luck with your selections. Got a birthday wish going out to Jerry Hubbard from St. John, New Brunswick, watching along with Lucy St. Amour and Don Hubbard watching the races tonight, enjoying all of Red Shores action tonight. So happy birthday to Jerry Hubbard from all of us here at Red Shores. Twelfth race finale lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Hawkish Dale, Bold and Bad, Dylan Sam, Woodmere Ideal Art, Brookdale George, Levi Sonic, La Barbe, Edge of the World on the grandstand side to close it out. Top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Super High Five finale. Post time They're off and pacing, leaving out. That's Dylan Sam alongside Woodmere Ideal Art. Third, Hockey's Dale. Then in fourth is Bold and Bad to get away fifth from the outside, Levi Sonic. In sixth at the rail is Brookdale George LaBarbe in seventh, and the trailer, that is Edge of the World. They are strung out here in the early going, and it's Woodmere Ideal Art and the Blue Knight Use. They'll be quarter pole leading. Second is Dylan Sam racing from third. That's Hockey's Dale. Fourth is Bold and Bad. They open it up in 28 and 2. Racing from fifth is Levi Sonic, going to the outside sixth. That's Brookdale George. LaBarbe follows out from seventh, and trailing the field, that is Edge of the World, eighth, down the stretch for the first time, arriving at the half mile next, and they're led by Woodmere Ideal Art. He's halfway home. Racing from second is Dylan Sam. Hockey's Dale is third. First up on the outside fourth is Brookdale George, and they were halfway home in 58 and 1. Racing from fifth is Bold and Bad. LaBarbe on the outside sixth. Moving up seventh, Edge of the World, and now the trailer. That is Levi Sonic. They're going to three quarters now, and they're led by Woodmere Ideal Art. The two-hole ride, Dylan Sam. Third is Hockey's Dale. Fourth on the outside, that is Brookdale George. LaBarbe has fifth. Then in sixth, Bold and Bad. Three quarters in 1:27 and 3 as they round the turn. They're there for the final time. Woodmere Ideal Art looking mighty fine to take them all the way in the nightcap. Dylan Sam is second. Brookdale George third. LaBarbe way wide. On the wire, it is Woodmere Ideal Art to double up the Blue Knight. Second, that'll go to Dylan Sam. Three of them across the track in a show photo. And the time for the mile, 1:55:30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's finale. Woodmere Ideal Art goes right down the road tonight. 28-2, the half in 58 and 1, three quarters in 1:27 and 3. Here is the stretch drive. Vance Cameron, do I have the super high five? I don't know if I did. Nope, because your horse took me out of it right on the line. I thought I had it, but the 7 gets in there for third as the 4 Woodmere Ideal Art wins it over the 3 Dylan Sam. LaBarbe gets up there in a close photo for third. In for fourth is the 1 Hockey's Dale. So we got 4-3-7-1 unofficially here in the finale. We're going to see Woodmere Ideal Art and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Woodmere Ideal Arts going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle here in the 12th. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 11 by Articulator off the Western Ideal Dam, very ideal Hanover. Owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Trained by Chiffoy Melanchon. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, picks up his second winner tonight for the double. The veteran pacer on top at every call tonight in 1:55 and 3. Woodmere Ideal Art and the Blue Knight use double in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 12th, Hockey's Dale 4th, Bolden Bad 7th, Dylan Sam 2nd. Woodmere Ideal Art was the race winner. Brookdale George was 5th. Levi Sonic finished 8th. LaBarbe was 3rd. Edge of the World finished 6th. They went 28-2, 58-1, 127-3, and the mile in 155-3. In review, it's 472, 15836. Woodmere Ideal Art paid $210. Exactor $550. Triactor $29.30. The Lake Daily Double paid $41. And that Super High 5 that has yet to be posted. And that will wrap up our live presentation on this night here in Summerside. Tonight's Farm Mutual handle went $108,139. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.